So now we have only one create connector. Pretty cool. So I start off with defining the default values, and then we call create connector helper, where the first three arguments are those defaults, the default values, to be more precise. And this function then handles the default values by detecting the type. If the first one is a color, then we read it and change reference to the field color. If it is arrowhead shape instead, then I test if the second argument is also an arrowhead. If so, then we assign both, and otherwise I just assign the shape to arrowhead. And then I did process. Wait a minute, something is wrong here. I mean, it compiles, but I'm assigning from the first argument and to for the second. But I'm calling this function recursively with just one argument removed. So the 0 is removed, and then we call it again. So in this case, 1 becomes 0 on the recursive call. So it would still be an arrowhead shape, and then not a color. And then 2 is now not that. So then 1 is, oh, well, actually that is correct. That is still working. Interesting. So I don't have to do this then. Okay, so if there are two, then the first one is a from, and then I can call it recursively, because then there's only one left, and then the second one is 2. I'll do it like that, just to confuse everyone. Right, and if upon the first or second call, recursive call, we did eat all the arguments, so 3 calls here. So we could eat the color and then do a recursive call, and then eat the from shape, and then do a recursive call, and then eat the to shape, and then do a recursive call. And then finally, this is no longer true. So then we get here. And then it calls the connector constructor with the remaining arguments. All the time, the reference to the default variables have been passed, those 3, and they have now the correct value. So then I use those here. I suppose this should be a private function. And I also had to add an add, of course. So the add connector, I think I already did. In the end, I should just end up with add functions in the .cxx. No longer create functions. Man, a lot of work ahead. Kind of sucks that I did delete all the add functions. Now I have to add them again. Right, well, this seems to work now. Let's do at least one test where connectors are being used, so I actually can see that work. Didn't run it yet. Create connector. Nah, create connectors used in Cairo window. Quadratic Bézier. These arrows here are connectors, loads of them. They just work. Yeah, double arrow. Right, then I mean a double arrow at least then shows that it is yeah, well, not really using the default, plus colors were changed as well. I think it just works. Let's commit this then. You should maybe be moved to utils. Default track to remove one argument. Yeah. Maybe sometimes in the future. Hello, Melin. If I pronounce your name correctly. Now here's some code cleanup. There's also a lot of new code. Yeah, I had to do this to get it to compile with G++12, and then I found out that it was actually using the wrong G++. So CUDA 12 wants you to use G++12. So I'm not even sure if this was necessary for G++13. So I get to which. See, it uses that, which is 12. Oh yeah, I'll just leave it like this. I mean, it reads almost the same, right? You just have a type and the name, and then where you get the defaults from. It's maybe even better, I don't know. Git commit. Downside is that you CTEX won't find it as a declaration of those things. Top, okay. So the other thing was how shall I call it? Whatever. Let's do the next one. So just start from the top. Point. Well, that looks like an easy one. That should be an easy one, shouldn't it? Should also maybe fix the order a bit. I'm doing point and then circle. Dubious. Rectangle, also dubious as first one. I think line should come below point. Line has a lot of them as well. Going to change order. Or shall I first turn them into templates? Even more create lines. It's a line piece. I'm gonna move the, well, put line piece that first, you know, before the long lines. So I create point and then we get a line. Oh, this is also a line piece. That's a bloody difference then. This is the function. This is the default. This thing has a line extent, and here that is left out, so it is a default. And these also line extent. This is a line piece. This is a line piece without a line extent. And these are with 2 points. Okay. I think this one should be on top. No, then create a line. I guess create rectangle should go before circle, I think. Don't ask. And this one was already fixed up, so So I have an add and a template. The create template. I think these two should go together, so I'll just keep them as one block. Yeah, okay, so let's say after the arc we get Bezier curve, why not? Text. And then the connector should be moved up, I think. And this one is also already finished. It's like a line piece. It's actually derived from line piece. But what, put it between line piece and line? Maybe put it directly after line piece, but then move line up. So we get line before line piece. No, I'll leave it like this. Okay, then next. That was the last one, right? Yep. Let's add a closing thing here though. Right. No, that was a reordering. Now, if you make a big change like this, you always want to do a commit, because it would hide completely whatever changes you make after that. Moving stuff around. Or renaming files for that matter. Although I think Git does deal with that correctly. If you rename a file, then, but if you do a re-indent or something like that, something huge, you don't want to also have edits. And yeah, in the end, I also want to do the same kind of reordering in the .cxx file. I might as well do that immediately. You know, it will work, but. So we end up with, I think, just adds. Although now I also have creates. Yeah, anyway. Add connector. So these are new, but I want to go to point. That was the first one. I don't even have it here. No, that's because I removed it. Yup. Create point. I removed all the adds. Point is the first one, and then we have to go to the top and find the top and set a marker there. Create line, apply line extend. Convert is definitely part of it. Guess is apply line extend kind of belongs to create line. Let me set a marker here, if ever I know how. That's what I want to point to. It's hardly a sentence, is it? Just a single word. No. So then the next one is, no, that would be interesting if I could find that back. I'll probably just point $. So the next one is line piece. Okay, just look for a line piece. Or let's create line, of course. How many other line pieces do we have? That would be a line piece at the start. Plot, colon, something. There's only one. Let's move that to the, oh no, I can jump to my marker. Put that there. And then copy this text. Yeah, and then the next one, I'll move my marker to here. Now we get connector. Let me start with copying this. Create connector. Really? I'm so confused. Add connector. Oh, I already did this one. Yeah. So renaming between add and create, confusing. So you have to do add connector and then move this single function to the new location, which is there. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Shit. Jumping is a dot, isn't it? Or is it I just jumped. I did it at a dot. No, it's a quote, a single quote. I think it was a single quote. Single quote. So this is my add connector then, and then we get the next one, which is so these are templates. Then I get a line. And then I have to find line. So that's either create or add, but at least it returns line. So yeah, there it is. This is the function that calls the apply line extent, I think. That's being called by create discrete line piece. Oh, really? Oh yeah, it's a line piece thing. So this should be moved up then. Put that here, belongs to line piece. Because the apply line extent should be a private function. Guess it is already private. Yep. I have another line piece here. Oh no, that's I don't. This is jumped up. Yeah, line piece on line. Okay, great. Hi, Ninja. Sorry, Melodies from Mars asks, is it possible to write a game using only Cairo? Yes, I think so. Yeah, it should be possible, but it's not suited for 3D, huh? Just 2D something. But then it should be more than, yeah, for a 2D game, it's very suitable. Yeah, did you see the crash? No, you were already to bed, I think. I was talking to someone about what X11 was, and then X crashed. I was just out of memory. I'm not sure it's the best solution, melodies, because it's vector graphics, you know. So you define, say, an arrow, or you can draw something, and then you can zoom in infinitely because it's kind of mathematically determined. So this scaling is not a problem. But a game, doesn't that like exist of just pictures, textures? I don't know if that's very appropriate for a vector graphics library. You might just use OpenGL from the start anyway, even if it's a 2D game. No, Abhimanyu, I just told you. I crashed, X11 crashed at the end of the stream because I ran out of memory, and I ran out of memory because clang was compiling my new code. And there was a bug in it, causing it to try to compile an infinite recursion, infinite template recursion. Now the code was wrong, so I switched to G++, and then I could see the errors and fix it, and then clang worked as well, again. It is kind of in the description, isn't it? I thought I wrote it in the description. No, of course, I completely lost what I was doing. The line here comes off the connector. Okay, I think I got all of them. So after line comes rectangle. So we just put a marker here then, switch to the header. Yeah. Sometimes it's just easier to collect everything. Let me do that. This exact trick I used in an IQ test. Well, not really used it just myself, but I was reading on Reddit about someone asked, what do you think about this IQ test? It was an interesting test, but I think it was flawed because you could solve it in the way that it was intended. And then I guess it would work. You'll get a certain percentage that you you get a certain percentage right, and that percentage using a normal distribution then gives an IQ. But if you would do the trick that I'm doing now, so a different way of doing it, you know, not one by one, but just going over a column of all questions and then answer a part of it. And then you do it again, but then for a different part of the questions. Then it's way easier. It's not like, I mean, you must be completely crazy not to get a 100% score. So I think the whole IQ test was flawed. Which I then wrote in a post to Reddit. I think you subscribe to me, you follow me on Reddit, Abimanyu, but I'm not sure if I don't have 2 accounts. I think I have 2 accounts. Most Reddit I write is with my account that I use on my phone while I am laying in bed. And you're following a different account. That account is on my PC, and I seldom do anything on my PC on Reddit. Where do I paste this stuff? Here? Oh, yeah, you have it. Okay. Not sure about the number, but yeah, specialist cure something, so that's probably it then. I'm not saying that it's interesting to follow my ramblings. Most is not about C++ anyway. Rectangle. Okay, let's move stuff up now. Create text, create slider. Yeah, this one. This one. It was missing as well. Now, what about this one? Curve to lines. Yeah, this just, I want to get rid of that one. That's the ugly way to draw a curve. Okay. I think that is all moving. So let's do a commit then. Move the stuff around. And then we can change them, because then we have a nice git diff of the actual changes that I make. So now we begin at the top. How much do you want? Sorry, oh my god. I was thinking about 10 minutes or half an hour. But I'll close the window. You're lucky I was thinking. Faxel, why do I not use line numbers? I do use line numbers. What do you mean? Yeah, this is my line number, 483. See? We go up and down. Column even. I don't think it's a bot, because of the first sentence. Let me get my mind up in order, because what the hell am I doing here? We want to start at the top. And then every create must become an add, must become a template calling add. And the trick of the add is, well, look at an add that I already did, add connector. The trick is it takes as the last argument the plot object as a const reference. Well, I don't know, Faxel. I think the line numbers don't add much. So in basic you have line numbers, but then you literally use them in the language. You can do a go to 10 or go to 80. But go to is frowned upon in the first place. If I want to do a go to, I just add a label. And now you can do a go to, well, not this, because this is not in code, but so it's somewhere in code here. And then you can do a go to label. Infinite loop. Well, that's already better than line numbers, so it's definitely not using line numbers. So why would I put line numbers here? add and draw. Oh, I'm missing a layer now. On layer. Add and draw blah blah on layer. Don't you hate comments? And then this is kind of lame because the whole bloody thing only, I mean, a point is always created from. Why would I make it a template? No. Maybe because I'm thinking about even combining all templates eventually into one. Not sure though. Okay, I have an add. Now assume the add is already implemented, then the create can now use the add. Of course you can steal that as well here. Let's not use connector, it's way too difficult. The rectangle, it just create a plot thing, and then we use that to call the add, and then we return the plot thing. So it's super easy actually. Yeah, the point here is created from a point. So, now I have to ask myself if I don't want to do that always. That is so annoying, this. So I could allow to pass two doubles, x and a y coordinate, and or a cairo window point. That's namespace plot, and well, that's just another point, which is actually the base class of the plot point. So in that case, it would use the copy constructor. If I pass this here, but maybe it's better to just only accept this. Always use the copy constructor. And then you just pass whatever constructor arguments you have between braces as argument to this function. Either that or use args. I don't know. I guess both work, but really. It's not always a good thing that you can do the same thing in two different ways. Okay, just make this a template, and then you can choose between, passing anything that you construct a plot point from, including all the constructors of Cairo window point. Which means either the copy constructors, or you pass just this thing, or you pass X and Y, because Cairo window point can be constructed from an X and Y. But then there is two ways to construct from X and Y, with and without braces, and I think that's just confusing maybe. I think I at the moment choose to not allow X, Y. You always have to use braces. So you construct this thing and then we copy it. And then hopefully the compiler is smart enough to optimize that. Yeah, so this is a plot point, and we construct that from a Cairo window point. That should of course be possible, so we have to look at the plot point thingy. This is in plot, yeah, that is in namespace plot. You can see it's derived from Cairo window, that is the base class. And I'm currently allowing to pass a draw object, or rather here. And we don't want to do that anymore. Windows using it as well. No, whatever. This thing has more functions than normally. This is kind of normal. I want to get rid of this one, and then you almost have nothing left. In this case, even I don't want to allow, like I said, constructing the way Cairo window point is constructed. That is two doubles, so we don't even want that. I just want it to be possible to construct from a Cairo window point. It's a pseudo copy constructor. Okay, try to compile this. Redefinition of create point. Well, add point in. So now I already have the plot point, but we still have to assign the make shared thing. So I can do plot point dot draw object. Becomes make shared, And then we don't have to return it anymore because it's a reference that we got. And this assignment is possible despite that it is const, because this draw object is mutable. Then you're allowed to change it despite that it is a const object. I think this is correct. I can compare it with another arrow. Connector, so yeah, you assign the draw object and then call draw on it, and this is extra for the connector, but basically this is it. So here's the rectangle, assign, call draw on the draw object. That's it. And we have to do conversions, but I think that I guess that already done correctly. Already have conversions here. And I think I want to use have the habit of extracting the graph coordinate things before converting them. So we get the x and the y from the plot point. Yep. And then I call this with just the x and the y. Well, all the converts are on one line. So we compare this with say this one. I extract it from the plot objects, and then we do converts, and all the converts are on one line. And the same thing here, extraction, converts on one line. Yep. No matching function call for construct add. So it does not have the constructor. This is about a point. It's trying to construct a point. Here, that's my code. Using default constructor. Okay, yeah. I probably should always allow that. And then assign it later. This could be a move assignment. No, probably not very useful. I think currently it's using copy. Nah, doesn't matter. Anyway, plot point needs all the plot objects need to have default constructors. So. Normally the compiler generates that, but if you add any other constructor, then it doesn't. So, you know, I have to explicitly tell it to do what it normally does, which is this default. And it's a double default, because by passing nothing, it's also called the default constructor. So it's a default constructor. But of course, that's only going to work if this base class has a default constructor. That one does. I know that, so I'm gonna go to the normal point, and yes, also there we have a default constructor, which is constructs nothing actually. It's just two uninitialized doubles, but yeah, well, the responsibility for the user to assign it later on or face the consequences. Error, return type of out of line definition. I guess I forgot to change the add into void. Yeah, we are not returning anything here. Now matching constructor initialization of points. This is in namespace plot, and I'm constructing a plot point. Yeah, that's the one I removed. I am afraid I have to do this then in 2 steps, but that's not that easy because only plot has access to it. We are inside point at the moment. I mean, I could just stop, construct it halfway until there, and then assign the draw object. So maybe I should make an exception in the case of a point and allow this to aka add it back. Wait a minute, there's also a draw here. So we can just ask plot to do it. To do this. And I think I'm not sure. I think I can just do that there. And then these 2 lines, for the assignment anyway, can be just done by plot add point. Okay, let's save this. Make C tags. Go back. So the add point was doing, I can pass a plot point to it, and then it assigns the draw object with converts and stuff, and it calls this a layer with the draw object. Yes, so that is this one and the assignment that I'm missing. And then I have to pass new position, that's all. And a style, of course. In what order? First the style and then the plot point. Where's my style? That would be this. Pass the style and then the plot point to be initialized. And now nobody's using a layer. That's interesting. Heh. Surely I have to pass layer somewhere. So to this plot point. Nope. Add point. Add point takes a layer. Layer, point style, plot point. Just pause it here. Hopefully that works. It compiles. I guess it has to do with moving points. So let's run anything that has moving points. Oh, it seems to still work. I can move points at least. Well, that was point. Ta-da. Next, line piece. This seems to have a default value. That is pretty damn annoying. I think I'm first going to ignore the default value. So let's concentrate on this one. Then we have basically two arguments, line style, and in addition to that, line extent. And then, yeah, now I have a from and a do really want to pass both. Which is then at the same time the constructor arguments of line piece. So the line piece itself, this is the plot line piece. So that takes the constructor of the base class and then allows you to do the exact same thing, but then plus a draw object. So we're going to delete this, but you can already see then that this thing here only has one constructor. Taking the from and the to, this is kind of like the point, and there is no aha point in using a template because it doesn't have a whole list of constructor arguments. Well, whole list of constructors. So I'm going to delete this one and keep this one because I just don't want to be bothered with repeating anything. And then it should work. I'm missing something, I'm sure of it. If I do it like the problem, I think is if I do it like this, I cannot construct this line piece from that line piece, which is kind of silly. So this is supposed to get all the constructors from the base class and then inherit them. So whatever you can use for the base class, you can now use here. I mean, this thing itself does not have any members. So if now you call it with arguments that work for the base class, then the base class is just directly constructed like that. However, if I try to construct it from the base class itself, then you would think, yeah, well, if I do this, it's going to inherit the copy constructor. But that's not how it works. You cannot, I mean, there is a copy constructor here for that thing. So I can copy construct this thing from a plot. This is a namespace plot again. So I can construct this class from itself. That's the copy constructor. But you cannot construct it from the base class, which in this case would make a lot of sense to do. So I'm going to and have to add that explicitly. So now we can construct it from, yeah, well, by passing a cairo window line piece. And then just pass that on. It feels to me kind of silly that it doesn't do that already with the using here. But yeah. And then we have to add an add. I want to have my comment back. It's a create. Dude, it's not a create. No. Add and draw. Okay, so that's the signature of the add. It turns a void and this takes up the plot namespace thingy. Although in this case, yeah, I call it add line. I mean, I don't know. Could call it add line piece, I suppose. And then the create thing also do something that is always the same, more or less. We create a plot line piece from the usual constructors. And return it. And then in between we call add line with layer, and then all the style stuff. And then the thing that still needs the drawable. Yep. And then we have a case where we do not pass line extend, and I can't use the default because it's not the last argument. And I don't want it to be the last argument because I changed it so that the constructor arguments are always last. In the case it has to be if it is a template. Now it is not a template, so I could move it to the end. But yeah, then in one case it is at the end, in the other case it isn't, so let's just use this order. And then you have the problem that, you cannot use a default, so I need to define the whole thing again. But just copy this. Then if no line extend is being passed, oops, then we just use the default for the line extend. But it is a duplicate. Oh shit. And now we do the same thing again, but then for the line piece. So apparently I do want to have two constructors. The copy constructor, I just added it. Of course I want it, so I do have two. So I do want to make it a template. Arg. So the point is that I can delete all this because I'm going to make this a template. I feel like I want to spy on the previous code that I wrote yesterday and then dumb copy it. But hey, let's train my brain and see if I can remember how to do this. So the arguments of the constructor of the point are being passed like that, and then we can construct it here like this, and then we can both pass to and from as well as cairo in the line piece, and then use that pseudo copy constructor that I just added. Yeah, and then you have to do the same thing again here, of course, which is pretty annoying. No, this must be forwarded, sorry, standard forward, args. It's called that the perfect forwarding, which only works with a universal reference, and this is a universal reference, not an R reference. Is this my duplicate? I guess so, because it's the last one. Yep. Now I already did the connector. That was a very difficult one because this one has 3 defaults. So I use the helper function, template function here. It's if cons expressions and stuff. And then in the end I could replace 6 functions instead of 2 with just 1. But since you need to add a helper, it kind of doesn't make any sense to do that as well for these, because here I only have 2 of them. With them without line extend. So we have this template and that is 2. So if I make use a helper, then I still have 2. And then we get the line. Is it also create line or the other one? Yeah, also called create line. Maybe I should do this one as well. No, I'm first going to do the add. I don't have an add. Of course I don't have an add. We still have a create line, returning a line piece. So that would be this one. And then we have another one, returns a line. Yeah, so it's this one. And that one now has to read void add. And then not this, but get the plot. Line piece. Cons reference. Plot line piece. Here I'm extracting X, Y and everything already because we need to call that. But I don't even have a form yet. I think what's really needed is just cairo window point cons reference form plot line piece form. So we extract these 2 points from the line piece object. It of course has the accessors for those. And then we can continue with this. And what the hell does apply line extender do? Oh, it just initializes these values. Good. And then we do plot line piece, make shared, etc. So now this becomes just assignment of this thing. Convert, line style. Draw it and no return. And every time we make errors, loads of them, J1. I'm starting to get hungry, and it's 6 p.m. and I have something in the fridge. It only has to be heated up. Salvia is dripping from my mouth. Well, not out of it, but no viable conversion from line piece to const line. Suddenly I can't think anymore because I'm only thinking about food, and I'm sitting in the dark. I can't see my keyboard. Give me a second. There will be light. Ah, yes. And close the curtains. Completely automatic. Well, I had to use my left arm, but for the rest it was automatic. Closing of curtains. And now I'm standing in the kitchen. I mean, okay. I did put it on an unknown heat. I have no idea how warm it will be. On the what is it called? Stove. The magnetic inducer thing to heat things up. And I'm gonna code, and I'll forget it. So if in 20 minutes or something, maybe even sooner, I'm still coding, someone please tell me in the chat that my food is burning. Hello, no viable conversion from line piece to const line. Yeah, what the hell is that? I'm kind of confused. I mean, normally this error means that it confuses the two namespaces. But it didn't change anything, the relationship with intersection with. Guess we'll just have a look at the intersection with is cairo window line member function. And now we can verify that this is indeed a line. Yeah, it's like there. And of course this is namespace cairo window, not plot. Of course, I mean, that should be the case. I'm using a namespace cairo, but not namespace cairo window plot. And then it complains about something related to what we pass. Now, well, intersection with, there's only one of them. It takes a cairo window line. It takes itself, its own class. And plot line is, well, that looks like a plot line. Auto, yeah, well, anyway, that's also a line, but this time in the namespace plot. So I'm trying to pass a plot line to a function that takes a cairo in the line. And that should not be a problem because this should be the base class of plotline. This is cairo in the line, and then we have here the plot line, which is just derived from cairo in the line. So yeah, no idea why I would not be able to pass that. Nope, still don't see it. No viable conversion from line piece. Oh, it's suddenly a line piece. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that plot line was a plot line, but it's a line piece now. That's a problem. Well, I did change that. Just confused that it is. It's a line, yeah. It should be a line then. No, it's a plot line piece. Let's try this again. So this must be a plot line would work, but it's a plot line piece apparently. So this is suddenly returning a line piece instead of a line. Well, I'm passing 2 points, so I'm pretty sure I want to have a line piece. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm not passing 2 points. I'm passing a point in a direction. Yeah, that's a line. That's not a line piece. So why do I get a line piece then? So I have a create line that takes a. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, it's kind of coming to me. I think I'm trying to use this point direction. Yep, and that returns a line. But we just added a template that takes any number of arguments. Well, this one maybe. So now it suddenly takes a point and a direction, no problem here, because yeah, well, I mean, it takes anything. And then it forwards that to line piece, and apparently line piece is totally happy with being constructed. That seems very unlikely. A line piece is not happy to be constructed from a point and a direction. Nope. Well, maybe that doesn't matter, although I would think it does, but I should have complained sooner. Kind of confused here. I think it should have given an error here then. If this calls the template create line, then it can't construct something. So yeah, that should already give an error then. Did it not do that? What a weird error. Okay, now it complains about it. It got its order incorrect. Maybe I think it does 2 passes. And the templates are instantiated later. So it saw this error before the template body error. But this is the error that I expect, you know. It says here it can't construct a line piece from a direction. Okay, at least that makes sense. So the real problem then is that this now returns a line piece while I'm passing a direction, meaning that it just can't do what it's attempting to do. So I have this template here, and it says, oh, I'll take any arguments you want. I promise you to, you know, I'll take the argument, so yeah, then I promise you that it works, and then it fails here. So we should not accept that. Okay, my template foo is this is too recent. It's something with things I learned in the past few years that are not burned in. It requires braces maybe. You can just I mean, the idea is that only use this if you know if this compiles. So that like literally demands that we can construct a line piece from those arguments. Otherwise, it is not considered, which is exactly what we want, right? But I'm not sure about the syntax at all. I'm afraid. So I'll have a look at all the requires I ever used in all my projects. And maybe my memory is refreshed. I think it's this one. Requires. Yep. You have some template, and then you have to do twice requires. I mean, don't blame me. I can't remember that stuff. It's not even logical. Ugh. It's still not clear. This is how you construct something. Okay, I'll just, we'll just gamble the... where's my requires? Yeah. So requires, and then the second requires is a function. And then I'm going to say I want to be able to construct a thing. Like that. And then args must be passed as the function here. So that's just the same thing as this, I guess. Now, if it compiles, it works, dude. I mean, what the fuck? Who said that C++ isn't easy, right? Well, fortunately, it doesn't compile. Or maybe it does. No variable conversion from line piece to line. Oh, that's still the same thing. Now, you gotta be kidding me. How the hell is that? What? It's not the requires that I want to see. Start with commenting out this shit again, so I see at least the error. So it still says no matching constructor for initialization of line piece. In instantiation, requested here. Candidate inherited constructor not viable, no known conversion from direction to point. Yep, so it's still doing the same thing, which means that the requires worked. It has no problem with this with the requires that I added. It's inherited here. Candidate constructor implicit movements are not viable, not viable, not viable. I need a form here, I think. It is this line. Huh? Ah, thank God. Same but without line extent. So apparently this was the right format because it did not complain about it. But I have to add it here as well. You have two of those things. Code duplication. It just bloody compiles. Right, so this has to do with creating line pieces. Well, the very program that failed, I guess. That is while compiling intersecting lines. Oh, okay. Tests even. Well, let's run intersecting lines then. I guess it works. Well, it doesn't crash. I would rather have be able to actually see something. No, it works because it calculates the relative error and it's very small. So, okay. Then oh, you see, no, did anyone warn me? Nobody warned me. I hate you guys. It has been on the gas for 20 minutes now. I'm gonna check if it is burnt already. Yeah. Let's do another 10 minutes. So, in 10 minutes I should check on my dinner again. Well, then we continue with the next one, which is connector. No, I already did connector. This great line here. Okay, so this one is again two different ones for the different possible constructor arguments of a line, cairo in a line. This is then the copy constructor, and this is with a point in a direction, but we are going to replace that with a single template. And however, I do need a non-template add. If I ever do stuff like this, I think, well, maybe my memory is not that bad. So I just repeat what we just did. So it's maybe short-term memory, but no, I don't know. Did it just once-ish, and then I still know what I did. Line. Well, guess we still have to do this. I don't know if it's correct. But I didn't really look at the code, I just use pattern recognition. ish. So yeah, let's use compile errors to see if it was correct. If you get halfway, it's enough. Then the rest is compile error fixing. Use undeclared identifier direction. Probably another one, but I don't see it. Point. The other one is point. I told you, the other one is point. There's only one direction, but hey, it looks better this way, doesn't it? To put them both in the namespace that they are from. Bleep, 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 bleep. It's all errors. No mention constructor initialization of line. And initialization function template specialization cairo plot create line cairo window points cairo window direction requested here. Auto plot line. Wait a minute. Oh, this is .cxx already. Nevertheless, candidate inherit to constructor val non-known conversion from point to direction. Line direction point. Uh-huh. Huh? Uh-huh. No, funny. I think point direction is a logical order. Let's put it that way. So now I'm using a template. The arguments are just passed as is. And apparently the previous function, that was a non-template, swapped the two arguments. Now this will break a lot of stuff, right? Can't just swap two things. It's not even that bad, it seems. That's it, man. Okay. Did the 10 minutes pass already? See, nobody's paying attention here. I'll ask you guys to warn me if 10 minutes passed. I'll be right back. Now another 10 minutes should be safe, but then I'm gonna go eat. Let's say 1840. That's 7 minutes. The rectangle is already done. Now we're going to do circle. Now it should go faster and faster, I think. Clearly it is exactly the same as before. Oh, okay. Line style. This just returns, create circle layer. I think I can keep it. What? Okay, I think I pressed caps lock. What is center? Center and radius. Center is of course a pointer. Cairo window point type const reference center plot circle dot center double radius plot circle dot radius. Pretty ugly, pretty ugly. It's like the first thing I make a draw object using Cairo rectangle. I think everything else is just using doubles. Why the hell am I using a rectangle here? I mean, a rectangle is has an offset and a width and a height, and then this is how I should do it, just like everything else. And yeah, maybe I should just fix that, right? So the draw circle here, it should not take a rectangle, I think. It should just use what is this? This is not draw. Yeah, do not use a rectangle. Why is it using a rectangle? Oh, because of the shape texture geometry. Yeah, shape is like in step up in authority. It's like, you know, a floor up. I don't dare to touch it. Oh well, okay, whatever. Let's leave it. I think that's it. Try to compile this and then go eat. Try to compile. It just compiles. Now the only thing I want is to see a test with a circle still working. Who has a circle? Pretty sure this one is a circle. There's a circle. Good. You wanna, people, you wanna hear me eat? Smack, smack while coding? There's nothing, right? I mean, the only reason I stop streaming when I go eating is because I feel like I can't have my mic open while I'm eating. Because I eat behind my computer. So I get my food and then I eat here and I continue coding. So the alternative would be I turn the mic off or nobody cares what kind of sounds I make. I'll let you vote with the number of viewers, okay? I'm gonna eat while coding. I code a lot slower though, because I have to sometimes put something in my mouth. Oops. The junk food bag. Nasi. Oops, it is nasi. Yeah, I think I'm going to mute my mic really. I'm back. Let's mute this. I would say that this is converting the wrong direction, or what the F is going on here? Well, I didn't really go, but my mic is on again. Do this from the top again. Run. Maybe should put a breakpoint here. 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 A break at 157. So good place to break. Run from the beginning. Continue. Move this way. Continue. There we are. So I want to convert point. Little z convert to pixel coordinates. So the 0, 0 here is clearly I don't know, 150, 200 or something, or even more, right? It's hundreds anyway, hundreds. And the geometry looks good as well. I think this is the drawing, what is it, the plot area, so 99.5, 49.5, that's this point here. And then this width from here to there is 791 pixels, and this one too. Now, we are all set up to calculate the right coordinates. How the hell did it work before if this function is not working? Yeah, I mean, it's really just the other way around. It's just this converts from pixel to. It's it. Convert from pixel is this. Oh, I'm so confused. Leave the offset divided by width, multiply by the size. Yep, totally the reverse. Don't have to debug it any further. Hit yes, edit. Well, let's call this from pixel. Also doesn't make any sense. It returns pixels. How can this ever have worked? Who is calling it? Because it was never called before. I copied it from somewhere. But maybe that function was never called. Okay, function is wrong. So we have to go the other way. That means x subtract the offset min x divided by the width, the size, x multiply with the width X plus is the opposite. This is the right direction. So the opposite of that. And then we do it here again. Y minus. Oh, that's slightly different. Okay. Because the Y is upside down. So I have this Y and I want to get that Y. So I have to subtract it from something. Don't like that. Think so. Thing is, it's only inverse, right? So we do it again. And the max drops out and you get the plus Y again. That should work. And then the inverse of that. And the inverse of this one. And the inverse of this one. And if not, then anyway. No. We're back. We're back with working points and text and stuff. I guess the function was never called before, but it was just wrong. Well, still have the slider to do though. One more thing here. Create slider. Probably should add a slider style as well. Create slider. Just too lazy to add a style for a slider. That's why I have to rewrite the whole style thing. Because sounds weird. It's too much work to add a new style, so I need to rewrite everything so it becomes easier. But yeah, also need an add. And I need a Cairo Windows slider. Not even sure we have that. That's the plot one, and it is not derived from Cairo Windows slider. So this thing is special. You can only create a slider on a visible slider. You cannot create a slider and then not plot it. Yeah, it is special, right? I mean, it's not like it's part of the graph. So maybe it is okay. I'll leave it the way it is. I think everything still works. I guess it does. I'll do this one. Everything does. No. Git status. Git diff. I totally broke that one. Oh my god. Now what? I wanted to improve the style mess also. It's really a mess. Is this necessary? Not necessary. Curve. I don't think I did anything with curve. Let's move this to the bottom. Even below slider. Oh, this is maybe a bit too much, but definitely here. Yeah, Dreaming Warlord. Well, they awake at night, wondering the same thing. Now, the one is pure mathematical. So let's say we take a line. Then in the Cairo window namespace, I have a line that is just a mathematical line. A point in a direction in whatever coordinate system you want. Then I have the plot one, which is derived from that, and which adds a shared pointer to the draw one. To work all up the line. Okay, a little line, like you see all three of them. So this is the mathematical line. This is derived from that, but it adds a mutable over shared pointer to the draw object. The draw line is, yeah, the thing that is responsible for actually visualization on the screen. So if the shared pointer is destructed, then the line is erased. And of course it entails a lot more information than the mathematical thing. It includes the color and the line width and all kinds of other stuff that you might add as attributes for drawing it. Not changing the mathematical line, of course, just the way you draw it. So this thing is way smaller than that one. So you can just work with this until you want to draw. You say you have multiple lines. Let's say you have 4 lines. 2 lines intersect at a certain point. And then you want to draw another line which goes through both intersections. But you only want to draw the last line. Then you have small mathematical objects that you can use to calculate, take the intersection points off, draw another line. And then only for the last one you create this larger object which actually draws it. Why not add draw line as a child of the Cairo window line? Because this one is purely mathematical. So it had nothing to do with drawing. I don't want to add it to that one. Also don't want to have the user deal with shared pointers. So this thing is really just a wrapper around that one. I mean, this is hidden from the user. It needs to be on the heap so I can delete it and therefore then erase the line. But this can be on the stack. So the user would create a line, so have a mathematical line, and then create a visible line and put that on the stack. And then if you destruct it, you go out of scope of that object, then the line that was visible is erased again. You don't see it anymore. And this is hidden. This is the actual Cairo implementation. So the mathematical line and the Cairo implementation are, well, different beasts. They even live in different coordinate systems. This one is in pixels, and this one is in whatever the user wants. It's usually smaller than a few hundred. Say if I have a graph that runs from -1 to +1, and vertically from -2 to +2, then all my coordinates are small. Well, the pixel lines also double, by the way. You can draw in between pixels using anti-aliasing. That's what the cairo does. But at least it's scaled up and translated a bit, because the origin is always somewhere in the top left in terms of pixels. So you have a translation and a scale between the two. I think I can delete these things as well, yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, of course I can. These things should all be gone. The curve thing. Let's first make sure this compiles and works. Nah, just compiling is good enough. Yeah, it compiles. Therefore, it works. Why not let draw line, let it be... Huh? Why not let draw line be its own thing? I make a subroutine that spits out a new / updates an existing drawable line object from a given mathematical line. Not really how it works, I think. I mean, you can't update it. It's static. After cairo did draw it, it's a bunch of pixels with a certain alpha value and a certain color in some canvas that has its own offset and stuff. Updating means you have to erase the old one and then draw a new one. So I don't see the benefit of keeping the same instance of that object. So yeah, my drawables, you can draw them and then they are drawn and then they are visible and they won't move. You can, you must be happy that you can erase them. And I thought that erasing was, you know, the best thing is that you erase them at the moment that some object goes out of scope or is destructed. I like using the lifetime of objects to signify when you want to erase something. Destruction of the object means that it disappears from your screen, which is quite involved sometimes. You really have to override every pixel that has that color, that was influenced somehow by drawing it. You understand the difference? I mean, it probably would have worked as well, what you say, and it's not totally wrong or something, but in this particular case, I don't think that a moving line, as in an animation, or a moving point for that matter, is really the same point. I mean, not when it is on the screen. For example, No, yeah, maybe not the best thing, but okay. Let's at this point here, the green cross. Those are pixels drawn in a canvas that spans the whole thing. And the only way to move it is by first erasing it, overriding it with white, and then draw it somewhere else. You can't really move it. You can just make it a little, let it make a little step. It's totally, what is the word? It's not moving. It looks like it's moving, but it's not. It's being erased exactly where it is now, and then it's being redrawn at a different place. And if that place is super close to the previous one, then maybe it looks like it is being moved. But so in my eyes, it's not worth it to make it the same object. But okay, the thing is being drawn using coordinates from a fixed object. I do have a single instance that contains these coordinates, so the 3, 4 is in the cairo window base class thingy. I mean, we're now talking, and the plot one. So the cairo window plot, which is the base class of the plot point, they are the same instance. But the draw point, which is hidden from the user, is not. That's destructed and reconstructed. Because I'm lazy, I have what is it? Layers. The background, so this grid here and stuff is drawn on the background layer. And then everything else is drawn on the second layer, because why not? That's it. I can make as many layers as I want, and then every layer has its own canvas. So, well, I don't know if it would make it faster. It's reasonably fast enough for me. The reason that this is so slow is that I have been working on for a whole bloody month. The reason that it's so slow, I mean, is that these curves exist of a lot of little line pieces, and they continue to far outside the screen. So every time I move this, it has to erase, I don't know, 1,000 little line pieces, and then redraw them. And I put a lot of time into the Bezier curves in order to speed that up. That's kind of the only reason. Because this looks good, right? The only downside is that it's slow. So as soon as I have replaced this with Bezier curves, it's going to be, 10 times faster. You should not be able to see it blink anymore. Plus there is something wrong. I think it's like literally, you can see that it is being erased. I'm not sure why that happens really. I've attempted to not do that, like I'm erasing it on a canvas and then redrawing it, and only then I send all updates to the X server. And I tell the X server that more updates are coming, but apparently the X server is like, yeah, but let's start drawing anyway already. Because the X server doesn't know how else to do it than to apply one update at a time. So that definitely should improve if I make if I use Bezier curves that are like huge things. Yeah, we'll see. You said when you want to move a point, you clear out the second layer entirely and return. No. I'm a speed freak. It's done as efficient as I could think of. If I move this point, it redraws this rectangle, only this one, just enough to erase the green thing. The rest stays completely intact. But by moving it, I change the coordinates, and because I change the coordinates, everything has to be redrawn. I mean, this is not the same as this, yeah? So it has to be redrawn. I think this one is not connected. Oh, it is. Now we have just a point that is not that is draggable, but not changing the parameters of whatever else is being drawn. So I just only move that point, then it's super fast, not blinking, of course. Yeah, you want to see that part? I wrote it weeks ago. I'm not even sure I can still find it. I guess it's part of window then. Let's have a look in window. Maybe start with the header. It's part of a layer, of course. This is just the whole window. So I have an X11 window, and I remember the width and the height. It has its own service. That's the service that is being visible, being blitted to the screen. Probably lives on the GPU, you know. I also have an off-screen service. So we draw to this service, and then at some point I switch those two. So the whole blinking is a bit weird. I think it has to do with that the X server is a bit too happy with drawing, while it knows that more changes are coming. But yeah, you would say that should not happen. Maybe I made a mistake, you know. I guess it should be, all the updates should be to this, and then, yeah, but I don't know. I send expose updates for every change. So if I change a little rectangle, then I change it. And then I send an expose for that. So I keep sending little rectangles to the X server to tell it that it has to redraw that part on the monitor. And that gives the blinking then. Maybe it would even be faster if I just give it the whole window as coordinates. Blink less, I don't know. Yeah, because I do it in steps. It is double buffered, but I'm still doing everything one by one. I think it must be a look at the layer. Layer. So each layer has its own service. And then you can draw something. You can draw something that is derived from a layer region. That's a part of a layer. No, that's all. Okay, here's an erase. Yeah, so I mean, I think this is a draw, but let's start with the erase. So the layer region is just a rectangle inside a layer, and a layer is a canvas. It doesn't have to be as large as the whole window. But in my case, I just made it that large, I think. But you can say if you have a corner where you draw a lot in, and you want to have that in its own layer, then you might as well just make a layer that is only as big as that part that you need to draw in. And then inside a layer you draw stuff, so drawables are derived from layer region. So you have again inside a layer you have again a rectangle, and then that rectangle says this is the extent of the thing that is being drawn. Yeah, so a line piece, for example, of a dot is really small. And if you remove that, then it just does a fill here. And the fill is on the stroke extents. So each thing remembers which pixels were influenced. At the moment, after I draw, I ask Cairo which pixels were influenced, and that is stored as stroke extents. And then the moment you erase it again, I get those stroke extents. So that includes the bleeding as a result of anti-aliasing, for example, maybe 1 or 2 pixels around something. And then I use that as the path. I mean, set path. Calls just a Cairo rectangle. So we set a rectangle as path, and then I call fill on it using the source. So it completely overrides it with this color, which is the background color. And then I call redraw on the same area. Yeah, so the whole, in this layer, the whole little rectangle was first completely replaced with the background color, which can be transparent when it is not the background layer, but another layer that's being erased with something transparent, and then we call redraw on it, because then I have to redraw everything that is in that little rectangle in that layer. So redraw does the following. It runs over all regions in that, so every region here is a little rectangle inside a layer. Right? So every line piece, every dot, every circle has its own region. And all the regions of that layer, I run over them. And then I say, if they overlap with the thing that we need to redraw, if they don't overlap, then I don't redraw them. But if they overlap with the rectangle that must be redrawn, then they are being redrawn. Then we call this the region. Which then calls doDraw on all those things, which is a virtual function, so that is implemented per thing. For example, the arc gets an doDraw called, but that doesn't use a clip, so the clip is already set. So I am relying on Cairo now to be efficient. Say if a dot overlaps with a part of an arc and I erase the dot, then the clip is set to the area of the dot, and then I ask Cairo to redraw the arc. And then Cairo lib should understand that it only has to reduce the number of calculations or whatever. It should just draw the part of the part of the arc that is part of the clip rectangle at that moment. So the small area of the dot. And then we recalculate the stroke extents of that to remember it. It's not dumb code that's quickly done and now 100 times slower than it could be. I really took the effort to make it fast. But okay, back to styles. I'm super unhappy with plot. With my styles. There was something else I was unhappy with. Yeah, well, the order. I put everything in the same order now, and so we have a point. Points are draggable, so they are derived from draggable as well as Cairo window point. And that it has to be overridden here, these two then. I don't have that many draggable things, just point is draggable I think. For the rest nothing at the moment. So the rest looks very much alike. It was not alike, like 2 days ago, because I had the constructor of the base class repeated with an extra argument. But now they look all exactly the same and all very short. And then you start to wonder, can't I make that even shorter? Because they're all the same. I'll accept these then. These are special cases. Yeah, and curve must be rewritten completely, because this is now existing of, I don't know, it's just drawing small lines, right? No curve at all. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know, because all these things have different names. It's kind of hard to make a template out of it, unless I would use very abstract classes. Like, I could make a template class called drawable and then use an enum as template parameter instead of an actual name. But then that should also be, of course, for this one and even for that one. Very doable, but is it really that useful? The usefulness would be that I never have to write plot classes again. Then they would be automatically generated, as it were. But the way it is now, I think I want to allow the user to create a plot text, for example, or, well, maybe not a plot text, but a plot circle. And then just control the lifetime of that. Assign to it from a create circle. So I would still have to have at least one line then. Say a using circle is drawable, and then a circle enum. Yeah, I don't know, not yet. Let's look at the style. also in this file. They are part of class plot apparently. At least some of them are. Let's see, I have point style. That's in draw. No, they are distributed over all the draw headers. This is so ugly. I have a X style delta and then an X style. And text style is the worst of them all. It's a template. They have default text style defaults and then a text style delta. And then a text style that has as default defaults the default text style defaults. With, yeah. And every time all those members have to be repeated. You can't even use inheritance. And then you have a text style no default, which is used here. How can I improve that? So this has been designed like this or has grown like this because I wanted let me commit this first. I wanted to be able to do stuff like this, where you just use designated initialization. If I don't have this, then I don't know what it is, you know, especially 18 and 10, I mean, which is which? Is it an offset of 18 and a font size of 10 or the other way around? So I wanted to use a designated initialization, plus then you have the power, of course, to only add what you're interested in or leave out whatever. You can just delete this and then you get the default. And even if you have, so each of these things has a default. If you leave this away, then you get the default. If you change some of them, then the default gets changed. So, but even these things are now basically a default, because then if later you use them, you can change it again, like here. So I have a label style with position and center left off. I don't know what the default is, but I changed it here from whatever the default is for text style. And then I'm using it here and I say, yeah, okay, I'm happy with what I defined there, but the position must be centered right off for this particular case. So I can do it again. And I'm happy with that API. Yeah, so simply comma separated list of designated initialized words. And then here again, possibly. Now the problem is that whatever is between these braces here or here must be a class without constructors. It cannot be inherited from, it cannot have a constructor. Be purely simple struct with these members. So it immediately rules out an inheritance, and it also rules out anything logical really. Coding, yeah, you can use it to waste time. It's a great time waster. I do it all day. Coding is another word for programming. So I've already thought about this off stream, and I think that the answer is, if you really insist, and I do, on using these designated initializers, then the only way to avoid loads of code duplication is using macros. So I can make a list of these words, position, font size, etc. as a macro, and then use macros to generate the code. Well, first of all, you install Linux on your PC. Because if you try to do this on Windows, then you get locked in. No freedom there. I don't know. I don't have the faintest idea how you would start on Windows. Yeah. Except for the Emacs part, of course. You should use Vim as editor. But Arch doesn't even come with Emacs. If I do pacman install Emacs, it says your account has been erased. Hard disk erasure in progress. This is also annoying. I'm so lazy. Okay, so I want to have a foo style, and then initialize that like this. Dot A is 1. Dot C is 42. And then we want to use it by passing it to some function. And then change the style. Again, let's say I want to change B into 13 and C into 2. That's the API that I want to use. Which means that we have a struct foo style. And a function f, which takes a foo style. And the foo style needs to be able to be constructed from something that has designated initializer. Maybe not foo style itself, you know, just whatever the parameter is. Although then I think I need to have a parenthesis around it as well. But I'm not even sure, because I'm starting to become senile slowly. So that and avoid whatever operator. Not void, dude. Just foo style. An operator, and then again something. And of course we have the designated initializer thing, the types. How shall I call those? Those could be templates maybe, or templates specializations. Let's call this params. Yeah, and I definitely need a delta as well. So I think this one takes a delta. And this one takes a foo style params. Yeah, so that then requires the extra parentheses. Yeah, I don't know. But now I already have code duplication because I have them listed here and as well as in the delta. So what you really want is a list of a macro, I think. But there is nothing else you can do about it. It needs to look exactly like this. Otherwise you can't use that designated initializers. And I might want to sometimes do this and sometimes assign something, but that's the only variation that we have. So I need the type and I need the name and then I need to be able to iterate over whatever it is. And I've done something like that before, so I'm going to peek at that was of course my Vulkan project. At least that's what I remember. I'll never be able to find it back though. I have to remember something that I can grab for. Probably has the word declare in it. Just a chill. It's still just a guess, but yeah, for each. I think that might be it. There's another for each, but that's a boost thing. I think searching for each also might work. It seems to be XML RPC that I did that for. Yep. For example, data types agent ID has defined an let's find if this is only one of them. Maybe there's something with a whole list. More general thing. Yeah, here's two of them. It's already a little bit better, no? Okay. So this is the way the list is being made. Apparently, at least that's how I did it then. define a macro with an argument, and then you repeat, you call that argument as a macro again, passing a list of stuff. And this is what I need, right? The type and a name. So these are then the members, and these are the types. And then if you do that for each member, then X is called for each member, which allows you to repeat it. And then here we do call it, passing that. So that means that for this is actually just 3 times a call to that font, but then with the right stuff. Okay. And this is probably just a prefix because these things are in global namespace. It's a header. XML RPC, so I could use a cairo window for that. And then the class name here. Also to namespace, avoid the global namespace collisions, I guess. Yep, and then the macros thing, that was this file, I think. What is that doing? The music is become vocal too. Okay. So we can do define and then cairo window and then foo and then for each member. And then X, and then we call simply X with int A, and I forgot again. Bloody hell. Okay. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I thought, why no semicolons? But sometimes you want a semicolon, sometimes you want a comma. You just can't know, so we don't do anything. That has to be part of the X macro. No, I might as well steal the names that is being used here. For example, declare member. That's what I need. Okay, these days I put the underscores behind it, but well, in this case I guess it doesn't really matter. Because it's one big mess anyway. Now my delta must be initialized with magic numbers, basically. Magic numbers that mean that they are not initialized. And that is pretty much depending on what it is, you know, when which value will never be used, or so I'm afraid I'll have to use this. I'll have to add them here. We could make them all static const expressions and then just use the member name. But yeah, yeah. Yep. The problem is that I have an M underscore in front of everything now. And I don't want it, because then I have to add the underscore here as well, M underscore. Let's call it style member then. One member will be that, but the style member is just literally what he passed. Right, now the undefined stuff is good for this one, not for that one. So here for each member we want to do declare style member and then undefined, so whatever. Right, okay, let's also print them. Yeah, easy is different. I think the OS should be implied. I can't pass that. Obviously. My foo style still doesn't have any members. Maybe I can make these members, that would be fun. So just without the underscore. With M underscore in front of it. And then to print them, invent a new macro. it's not considering it. Not getting it, not getting it, not getting it. Maybe I have to. I think I forgot. I forgot this thing here. Yeah, I thought it was not necessary in the global namespace, but it is. That looks pretty damn uninitialized, these values. Which makes sense because I didn't initialize them. I suppose that if you construct a foo style from a foo style params, but now we have a comma at the end. Utils remove trailing comma. Oh, I don't have it. We don't have a list yet for the params. No, it's a part of params. Yeah, I have to incorporate the params into it. Just let's do that. It's the same thing. Params.l. No, they are initialized 10420. Yeah, I guess that worked. Changes into 3, for example. And B is the default value of B is 3, which is 0. Don't like that. Let's make that -2 to jump out as uninitialized. And B is still 0. Oh, right. That's because params is not the same as delta. for each. Yeah, I wonder if we can pass an extra parameter here. Maybe make this one multivariate, or how do you call that? So we can pass multiple other stuff here. For example, we pass style params default. I don't know. For now, let's say I call these things m underscore. Yeah. Now they have a default. Cairo window foo for each member. Cairo window declares style member foo style params default. I'm starting to understand why all my viewers went away. This is dirty coding. Macro shit. Next, however, I want to continue with inheritance. Imagine we have, well, I don't know, A and B are part of bar, really. And in the ideal case, I could do list A and B as part of bar, and C and D is part of foo. But foo must inherit from bar. Done. Well, not quite, because these should only be used now for, or at least this should only be used for a designated initialized thing, which is this one. And the delta as well, but not here. It should no longer be used there. No, we want to have a class bar that replaces with bar. Yeah, this is not the best naming, but okay. I'll think about it later. Remind you, yeah. Happens. But it's cozy, just you and me. Are you working on your projects? I wish I could connect Discord to Jack easily. No, we could just switch to Discord. Then I can play the music without the stupid copyright stuff. Foo style, bar style. I don't know. Can you listen to music from YouTube at the same time or not? Just open 2 tabs and yeah, open another YouTube, I guess. I'm listening to that one now. So beautiful. So Ivan Torrent, Beyond Love. From the start, I restart it. Start with piano. Yeah, it is. You got the whole playlist. Playlist called Really Good Music by, yeah, Carlo Wood said so, I guess. This is music that while I was totally concentrated on programming, not thinking about the music at all, made me stop programming, listen to the music and think, holy fuck, this is good. And then I added. Well, some of them anyway. I see this Staying Alive of the Bee Gees is probably just nostalgia. I can't code anymore at the moment. Listening to music, thinking about other things. Let me do something that requires less concentration. I hate this so much. For people who don't move. Really? 2 on a row? Still listening to the same music? Violence at the moment, or electronic violence. This is so good also. How is it called? Eternity. Fucking good. Going here didn't do anything, right? Although I could push my pawn, no, not really. I have to go back and attack it like that. If that doesn't go mate, I don't know anymore. Nah, come on, that's not possible. I can put a bishop in between though. This queen is so far away now. We can give check here. Shit. Shit. Oh, I can come. I come like this. Dead. He has no time to give check. Yeah, it's made in 2. But and mate. Finally I win a game of chess online. But well, since 1865. always play C4. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it was good. Play this pawn. No, don't play this pawn. So if I play this, he might take, I take, and then he takes my pawn. And then it's not something I want, I guess. Really? Why? Why the weird moves? Maybe if he's doing moves like that, I should do nothing, like nothing, like this. Oh, oh, in the line of my bishop, of course. Yeah, okay. If we go forward, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, nothing. Huh? I have an open line for a piece. It's maybe not good enough. But what about this pawn? Now I can push it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's too slow. Can win a pawn here as well, by the way. Okay, and that didn't weaken anything. Let's see. Check, 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 check. Dubious. Push. Okay, I'll just remove that one. Dude, I'm a pawn up. Okay. And now we can still break here. I mean, my rooks are here. What else are you gonna do? I want this line to be open. So if he takes, I have to take with the pawn, otherwise the line is still not open. With the knight, I mean, that's not possible. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now this line is open. It's something. You could push and this line stay closed. But then I push this pawn and now the line is also open. Instant win? No, not instant. Well, near instant. Go here, the rook goes away. And then I have nothing. No, I go here, the rook goes away. There's nothing too long. The rook goes away. Oh my god, I can even go here now. Triple attack. 4 double attack. I am counting my points. He has a check here, but who cares? It's still the fork here. So I attack this, and I attack the rooks. Cute. Resign. Maybe he's going to try to push the ball. Hoping that I did a pre-move. No, he resigns. Did I eat dinner yet? Oh yes, I did. Nah. Shops are closed. Depressing music. The only thing I have is that I won a game. I bet I don't even have viewers. Yeah, well, I have 1 viewer. Yay, I have 1 viewer. Now we menu. So, I think I'm gonna stop streaming. I'll see you tomorrow, because it's your bedtime too, like nearly, if not at all. Thanks. Yeah, good night in advance. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess.